Hey guys. So I already saw in the comments there. It's yes, this is a later start time than usual. Trying something a little different. Dan was on earlier streaming and made a couple pancakes. More or less just to give you guys a heads up that we were doing this tonight. So here I am. So how's everybody doing out there in live stream land? I wanted to say TV land, but that's not what we're doing. We might be under TV, but that's not really what we're doing. Hey, Sky Kid. Hi, Paul. Hi, Becca. Hi, Archie. Hi, everyone else in the chat that I haven't seen. I saw Anime STL. I saw Jeremy in there earlier. Hey, Jeremy. Good to see everybody. So, I don't know if anybody read the description, but I've got my plan for this particular stream. One is we wanted to see what happens when we stream a little bit later, and I also want to try some different stuff here. So one thing I don't know if any of you guys are aware of this, but I'm a photographer. I have a camera and a lot of lenses, and I like to play around with it. But I've never actually made a pancake of one of my photographs. So I grabbed a few of them and stuck them in a Google Photos album just so I have them on a trusty tablet here, studio tablet. And I'm gonna convert them into pancake form. So it's gonna get started here real quickly, but see, I'll switch to the overhead here. Now, actually, I'll show you. I'm just show you guys the photo reference. And let's see here. I remember how Dan has these hotkeys set up. So this one right here. This is actually a photograph that I took in a Buddhist temple in Hong Kong, and whenever I went there last December, right before the end times happened, and really like it. So and it's an interesting one because there's a very detailed foreground and a very abstract. There's a lot of they call bokeh or. Thank you, Becca. So we're gonna take a crack at that, and I'm just using the colors that Dan left me. So hopefully he's got the ones that I need, and if not, I will make them work because that's what we do. So off we go. All right. Yeah, this particular trip where we got to go to Hong Kong was what to draw first of live video. So I'm doing I'm taking one of my photographs and I'm turning it into a pancake. And so the one that I'm taking, it's some candles that were a group of candles inside a Buddhist temple in Hong Kong. I should have. The cameras have to start up. And you're gonna see the background over. You're gonna see our music player every time the camera. Well, the first 4 times the camera switches. My bad. And actually, I'm gonna step to the side. I'm gonna hit the record button because we probably want to record this. Thank you, Becca. I like, oop, that's the wrong size tip. Try to put out a very mellow vibe. Well, I don't really try, I just kind of do. Mellow, relaxed, sarcastic, ironic. All the things. Alright. Now I've got the right size tip on here. We'll get cracking on this thing and we'll see what happens. So, what's everybody's plans for the weekend here? Anything cool going on? I know I'm doing absolutely nothing. And I'm okay with that. At least until Sunday. Sunday we've got our live stream, so I'll be here for that. Oh boy, these colors are all jumbled up because I did not have time to organize them, so I'm just scrambling around seeing what I can find. Plain or is that white? Oh, there we go. I got that's plain-ish. Inadvertently, I just realized this now. My last pancake had flames in it too. Slightly different situation. The other one was a totally original PC. Well, I guess technically this one is too because it's based off my photograph. So there's no other. The reference itself is unique, so therefore I guess the art is unique, and they're all linked back to me in some way. Oh, very cool. I've never played World of Warcraft, but I have played a whole lot of EverQuest. I don't know if anyone's familiar with that. It's kind of old school, but I imagine if you've played World of Warcraft, you know what EverQuest is, because it's the precursor. It existed, but it was the 3D MMORPG before World of Warcraft existed for years. Of course, Ultima Online is sort of the precursor to all of that, but so the griddle's actually off right now. So like whenever I do these really detailed pancakes, I do it with the griddle off the entire time, even to the point where like when I start my second pancake, I have a griddle off to the side here. And I actually just swap the griddles out, so I got a cold one to start with, so that way I'm not waiting to cool it down or trying to figure out a way to cool it down. You know, I've had to use ice cubes and stuff like that, because I really like having a cool griddle to work with, because at least for me it allows me to there's a lot of things you can do, and I know a lot of the other artists tend to they'll use the residual heat and stuff, or they'll turn it on real quick to get to help set the lines. But honestly, if the line works thin, if the batter goes down thin enough, and really doesn't even, eventually it dries out, like it's water, it evaporates. So a lot of times I'll put down a part of the whatever I'm doing, and then I'll come back to it later after it's dried. It's set itself. If that's what I'm trying to do with it. That's not always the case. Sometimes I don't want it to set. I want to be able to actually get in there and do stuff with it. Is anyone here familiar with EverQuest? No, I didn't see. It was, or for EverQuest as some might call it. which is an apt description, to say the least. Just noticed. I actually, let's see, so I read in the chat here. And back when I was in high school, I played, actually, I got into EverQuest. One of my friends got me into it. And I got hooked hardcore to the point, like, sounds silly, but it's a legitimate video game addiction. Like, to the point where you just, literally, that's all I did for a couple of years. Definitely didn't help my grades, that's for sure. And I got to the point where I had a guild, over 100 members. Just how I got into website design, web design at all. I did our website, and that was my first foray into web design. And eventually I had to quit cold turkey because it was not a healthy habit. And now I don't play massive multiplayer online RPGs at all. Because I know that if I do, I'll probably just get hooked again. I just tend to get sucked into those, and there's no end to the game. There's nothing to accomplish other than just bettering your character over and over and over and over again. There's no end credits. There's no boss that wins the game for you. Am I coming back to watch? I mean, I just might. And not me. I know we got Dan. Hank is on Twitch all the time. He's our manager. John Rosen, and he's probably on Twitch more than all of us. Which I really need to be, because there's some cool stuff going on in there, and we stream on Twitch, but I kind of out of the loop on the whole thing, other than just like the logistics of actually doing it. Okay. It really should be, Becca. I truly hope that it does, because it sounds ridiculous, and like it's easy to sort of say it and laugh, but it's real. Like I was there, and it definitely affected me and like took over my entire life. And I also know that I'm, not to dive too deep into the personal here, but I definitely have an addictive personality that I'm fully aware of. Now, hopefully I'm fully aware of. I'm probably not as fully aware of as I think I am, because no one ever is. But I also have a food addiction, which I always feel weird saying that, like, because like I know I'm not technically overweight. Once upon a time I was a lot bigger, high school in particular, and yeah, that's something I've been dealing with my entire life. So video games, food, part of the reason why I stay away from other more I guess more obvious addictive substances, things that people think of on a regular basis when they think of addictive things, that I just don't touch them, because I don't trust myself, and I'd rather not have to try. Well, they definitely do, and I think part of it too is they also, I mean, I guess I don't even fully understand it, even though I like lived it, but it's such a, because you're in the game and you have this character that's this this avatar of yourself, and they're you but they're not, and then you get hooked on the social interaction, you get hooked on the, because so much of it really isn't instant gratification too, because you spend so much time just waiting. There's like a certain thing, like a lot of the stuff in like EverQuest, especially where you have these non-player characters and PCs that you need to kill. Like they might only spawn randomly in one spot, and that spot spawns an NPC every 20 hours, and it may or may not be the one you're looking for, and you just sit there and wait. So it's a very strange thing, and it doesn't make logical sense, but stuff like that really doesn't. But if the game has an ending, I'm fine. Mostly because if I get hooked on it, like once I reach the end of the game, like that's the end of the game. Right? I'm not one to, especially if it's like a longer like RPG or something, I'm not one to dive back in and replay a game that I've already beaten. And World of Warcraft is very similar in most of those regards as EverQuest. They're very similar in their mechanisms and stuff, and I'm sure they do very similar things as far as like whatever brain chemistry they might be messing with to cause you to get hooked. Yeah, we can talk about whatever we want. Like it's certain, I'm not. When it comes to that kind of stuff, I mean, I've written about it. My blog currently isn't online, but I've written blog posts about it and stuff, about food addiction and all those things, and just sort of my personal feelings and struggles, quote unquote, with it. I don't know why it's like quote unquote, you know, there, but everybody's got their thing that they're dealing with. I always feel weird. It's like I'm not. It's because like when it boils down to it, I don't have a whole lot of struggles. But I do have some, just like everybody else. Let's see here. Do this background. And the background itself is pretty done. Mess around with that. I don't have to follow the colors exactly, which is always kind of nice. You can just sometimes you can just wing it and get a little playful with the colors. I think I'm gonna use a little lighter color. I think. No, these are really light, but I think these will go together in an interesting fashion, and I think that's all the motivation I need. It's too big here. Interesting if I can sort of capture the bokeh of the lens, the blur, the out of focus portions. Since we're drawing with something that tends to end up very sharp, like trying to add blur to, trying to add blur to any drawing is difficult, let alone trying to do it in pink. We'll see what happens. It'll be interesting nonetheless. Okay. What I want to do, let's get the tips of these flames here, sort of. Impression. I want to shape these guys. It's almost like giving myself a little bit of a guide to follow. Yeah, I've done that as well back and Sky Kid being actually I still haven't beaten Batman Arkham Asylum, the first of the really amazing Batman video games, because I got hung up on doing all of the Riddler puzzles, and instead of actually progressing through the story. Thanks. It was a really, it was definitely, it was a tourist trap, obviously, like where we went, but it was an interesting day because I think it was our first day walking around in Hong Kong. And so we didn't know where to go or what to do. So we're just like, well, let's just hop on the train and go somewhere and see what happens. And we did. And we just ended up in this neighborhood that had just a ton of steps. They were just steps going somewhere, but they were obviously they weren't like passing through private property. They were in between. It was like a sidewalk basically, but they just kept going up. We just kept following them through this neighborhood, and eventually we ended up at this temple. You know, and like they sold, you know, had a gift shop and stuff. So I say temple in quotes, but and then. So we just went in, and it was, you know, it was still a very cool vibe. And then afterwards, we just kept walking. And actually, I should have put this one on there too, just so I could show it. But I was going to say, I'll probably do that one on another stream. It would actually be a much more complicated pancake. But we ended up at the top of a mountain, basically. Like we kept walking, and then we just saw this sign that said, oh, some sort of like lookout or something. I can't remember what it was called. And so we're just like, all right. And we just walked up this walkway like 5 miles, and like it got to, and we just kept going and going and going. No idea where it's going to lead. And we start, it's late afternoon, early evening when we started. And by the time we got to the top, or even long before we got to the top, it was pitch black. Like it was dark. And there was we ran into a wild boar along the walk, which was very interesting. I'd never seen a wild boar before. It was, I mean, we didn't get too close. I got a picture of that too, but it was really dark, so it was hard to get a good picture. But luckily, I've got my camera is pretty amazing in low light, so I was able to get a grainy but viewable picture. And yeah, and we got to the top of this mountain, and there's a shopping mall up there. Obviously. So, yeah, we went to some random pizza place and had dinner at the shopping mall at the top of a mountain. And then we took the trolley. There was a trolley. We didn't have to walk up the mountain, but we did. And we took the trolley the rest of the way down. And that was interesting too, because it was almost, the thing was at least probably 60 degrees going down, and you could see the entire world tilted from the trolley going down at such an extreme angle, and it scared the bejesus out of Jimmy. Like, I was fine. I think Dan seemed fine too, but Jimmy was like legitimately freaked out and kind of scared at the whole situation. I mean, like, he's a pretty logical person, so like I think he knew he was going to be fine, but like those kind of things are you know, they're not logical. Like those kind of fears, like we can know they're not logical, we can know it's silly, we can know it's not, I guess, legitimate in the sense of like you're in actual danger or not, but like it doesn't stop your body from having a reaction to it. And first I thought he was being he was exaggerating a little bit, and so I started to take a video of it just because I thought it was amusing. And he got upset with me because he was legitimately having a hard time with it, which was wild. But we made it down. It was a cool, I mean, nonetheless, it was an amazing experience, and that was a heck of a way to start the first day in Hong Kong. I'm not even sure. I mean, probably the second coolest day that we had there. It's unfortunate Jimmy didn't come along for that, but one thing, I don't do it as much as I used to because I'm never really, we don't travel anymore, but like when we were, when that travel was a thing, whenever I used to travel for telecommunications, I would go to I would always try to find like an open mic somewhere, because I'm a musician, so I play music, so I'll take my guitars with me, or at least a guitar with me, and I'll go find some place to play. And I don't do that a lot when I travel for pancakes because you're just sort of in and out. Like there's not really a lot of opportunities to do things like that. But this was an interesting situation because we were there for a week, which is far longer than we normally are. So Dan and I found this place called Sense 89 or Sense 90. I can't remember. Sense something. And it was this little speakeasy, basically. It was literally in somebody's apartment that they had converted into like a bar with a little venue and what would have probably been the master bedroom. I found it online. I don't even remember. I think I found it on Atlas Obscura, which is fantastic. Anyone out there that travels a lot and doesn't necessarily go with a plan or like if you want to find something cool to do, check out, just hop on Atlas Obscura, punch in wherever you are. Guarantee you'll find something awesome to do. Something a little off the beaten path. Something you probably wouldn't think about. And that's always my go-to. I always hit up the Atlas Obscura to see what might be interesting around there. And you almost always find something. And if you don't find something, then the place must not be that interesting. Okay. All right, let's see here. Just trying to think to myself how I want to do the rest of this background here. I'm sort of doing some of the more basic stuff. And then I'm gonna start doing some more of the details and the candles and fill up this bad boy in. I'm actually a lot further along than it looks. Is anyone here familiar with Atlas Obscura? Or does anybody know something about how it's a terrible organization and I should be ashamed for using it? I doubt that's the case, but you never know. Sometimes you're just like, oh, this thing's amazing. And it's like, did you know they do this? And you're just like, oh, man. But it's as far as I know, it's pretty much a user-driven site. You can submit stuff on there. And there is an Atlas Obscura book, but who does that anymore? Books are slow. Not really to keep up with what's happening in a book. As cool as books are. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. Yeah, in traveling in video games, I mean, it's all an experience. Like, I always tell people it's like you know, all you really get at the end of the day are stories. Like when you're old and useless, which we all, knock on wood, if you're lucky, you'll get to be old and useless. And then at the end of the day, all you got are your stories. Like, that's it. And so like, ideally, you'll have some good ones. And those can come from anywhere. Because video games are actually my first career choice. Other than, I wanted to play music, but before I wanted to play music, I wanted to make video games. And of course you find out that that's not anything like you would think it is. It's actually pretty dire industry as far as like the general treatment of people, and unless you happen to be like making Super Meat Boy or something where it's just literally you and one other guy doing all the work. Coding is really hard. But it's, I don't know, it's interesting. It's fun solving problems. And that's sort of what all of it is. It's an interesting problem to solve, to try to get something to do what you want it to do in a repeatable fashion, and also in a way that other people will do without any extra prompting. So one thing, I didn't take any foreign language classes when I was in high school. Also didn't graduate high school, so I didn't have to. I did go to college, but technically, at least I know a lot of high school now, is that actually coding, any sort of coding class can be considered a foreign language credit, which I think is pretty cool, because it's literally what it is. I think if you can code in a particular in a particular language, you are speaking a different language. That's what it is. Even if it uses, the Greek alphabet and English words, the syntax and all of that is wildly different than your actual speaking. And it's, I imagine, working a lot of the same muscles in the brain. What language did they try to learn you? Because that can make a big difference too, as far as when you start and like what language you start with. Because it's talking about syntax and stuff like that, and there's certain languages that are easier to pick up on. In a great play, like say Python or PHP or Java. I mean, really, like if you're getting really basic, HTML and CSS, even though I think technically that's not considered a coding language, but are by far the easiest. That's the easiest place to start, and then you go from there to expand to other languages. Those are good starting points. That's where I started. I started in HTML way back in the day. And I say HTML is probably still my strongest language. And I definitely don't have to look up stuff on HTML as constantly as I do everything else. even if I know that I can do something and I may even know how to do it, I might not remember the exact syntax of the call that I need to find or need to use for whatever function I'm trying to perform. So there's a whole lot of looking up, referencing, looking up references and stuff, and I'm not someone who can just write code without just from my brain. I can know what I want to do, I can know how I'm going to do it, but then I gotta break open the old reference guides and actually find all of the little pieces that I know exist to put it all together. Make sure I give these candles a little bit of separation. They're not. This is a difficult thing. There's two things that are essentially the same color, sitting next to each other. One sitting behind. And I want to make sure that it's obvious that you're looking at two different things without using, hard black outlines. Like, what's up, Clustism 123? Okay. Now we got a couple of flames to sort of apply here on this guy. These candles are flames. They are separate, but they do end up merging together at a certain point here. So, yeah. So make that. So it's blowing in the same direction. Alright. Well, drop the Q-tip on the floor. Good thing I got a bunch of those. These flames in the photograph, they're almost all just white. But I'm actually adding a little bit of color to them to try to breathe a little life into them, because they look very alive in the photo, but it can be difficult if I just made them exactly like they are. It's just this white shape. Might not, but we'll see. We will see. So, okay. I also don't want to get too crazy with it. If you do that, then you end up making it so chaotic that it doesn't make any sense anymore. And that's the line that you gotta walk with this stuff. So if you guys have noticed, I have a tendency to add a lot of detail, sometimes detail that doesn't even show up. So if you're not careful with that, it can make it makes it far more difficult to keep track of where the heck you are with anything. But it also creates the potential that you will just make it look like a jumbled mess. And that's obviously not what we're going for. Okay, so I think those flames be pretty much okay to fill in with plain batter. So we're going to focus on the candles now, which are pretty much done, but there's a little bit left to do on them here to sort of finish them off. Let's see, do I have any other reds? We got this guy, so we got 3 reds. Yes, Jeremy has replied correctly to Bannerman. I'm recreating a photograph that I took in Hong Kong. Something I've intended to do for a long time, but I just never did it. And it's always been sort of in the back of my mind as a neat idea of something to pancake, and yeah, for whatever reason, I just never pulled the trigger on that. So what better time than the present, right? So right now I'm finishing off candles. We got the flames where we want them. And so I'm kind of jumping around a little bit from piece to piece so the lines can sort of dry up. Because one technique that I've been playing with is if you lay down your line work really extremely thin, like almost transparent, like you can see through, you can see the griddle through it. Interesting thing, you can do anything that you put behind that will actually shine through a little bit. So you can really get some interesting, like almost watercolor-esque gradients out of it. And do some really cool blending stuff with it. And that's why you sort of see me going back over stuff with other colors just right over the top of it, because most of it will disappear, but you'll get a hint of it shining through. And you can get these really cool bits where you can make things blend together better, or at the very least in an interesting way. This pancake art itself is sort of this medium that lends itself to really hard and defined gradients and stuff. And there's a really perfected method for doing this kind of thing, and that's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm seeing what's possible with it. Screwing stuff up along the way, but that's how you do it. It's like, oh, that didn't work, or oh, that worked way better than I thought it would. And then you try it again with a little more knowledge than you had last time, and you see what happens. And you just do that over and over and over until either it makes sense and you understand all this, how it works to a certain level, or it doesn't. And you move on to the next thing. You say, well, whatever this is, whatever I'm trying to pull off, I'm not capable, or it's not possible. One of the two. And okay. We're almost there on this. So much of this is just very sort of nondescript background with no sort of like hard definition. Nothing is particularly well defined other than the candles themselves. So once I get to a certain point here, I'll actually just be filling everything in basically with black. See if this gives it an interesting texture or not. See if it implies the light of the flames from the candles. Okay. So now that we got that, I'm going to fill in these candles here. I think we're ready to do that. And then we're going to start on the background. Start finishing that off because it's extremely close to being done. I don't have thick lines or anything like that to sort of wall everything up. I got to be very careful in the process of filling this in to make sure I don't go outside the places I intended. Okay, I really hope this turns out turns out well. And definitely, there's definitely a little bit of leap of faith in this. Just a little bit of guesswork. Okay. Oh, jeez. Come on, Alex. Like, you always pop in here and just start saying junk. Like, well, that's why we got moderators. He really does. Like, I get we're all really bored and like searching for stuff to do, but like, come on. Hopefully at some point YouTube will just ban his IP address if he gets reported enough times. And there's obviously ways around that, but at least if he's going to be a pain in everybody's butt, at least make him work for it. Okay. So there's one piece I almost missed. Right. A little nice. Something in there. Can't tell what it is because it's super blurry, but it's something in there. So might be another candle back there. I don't know. All right. Is that this whole number? Is it? Okay. Yeah, I think that works. So now we're going to start figure out how we want to frame all this in. And do I have enough black to go over this whole thing? I may not. I may need to make some more black real quick. One thing that happens with pancake art is if you run out of color on the fill on the last portion of the pancake itself, and you have to make more of a color, it can be very difficult to get it exactly right, because we're pretty good at mixing colors at this point. We've been doing it for a while, but every color is going to be slightly off from the other. You're never going to get 100% exact match to your last color. Sorry about that noise, guys. If you hear, I'm trying to find a cat for this, and all the wrong size. There's got to be a small one in here somewhere. Apparently not. Something just to get it done. Sit here. So the drawer making a bunch of noise for way too long. Ben, mic's off? My mic's off? Uh-oh. Oops, I just kicked the camera there. Can y'all hear me? Says my mic's on. So, yeah, 12:07. Okay. Thought that I was talking about ink.
I was walking one day when I happened upon an old man. He was sitting on a bench, staring into the distance as if it were endless. I smiled politely as I passed, but his voice rasped behind me. It was like his hands, wrinkled and often used, but still sharp with wisdom and concern. It was a question he posed to me. How do I know that you exist? He asked. I stopped and turned to face him. His deep-set eyes were traced with anxiety. I stood a dozen silent paces from him, but I didn't return to his bench. After a moment of thought, I spoke. You don't any more than I know that you do. His lips twitched in what may have been a smile, but I couldn't really tell.
can't hear me again? Jeez Louise. Okay. Okay. Let me listen to it here. Oh. Let's see. Sounds like cable might be bad. Yeah. I think I got a bad cable here. Okay. How's that? Can y'all hear me now? Is it being weird at all? It's not cutting out or anything? Alright. Yeah, I think we got a bad mic cable. Which is unfortunate because I made that microphone cable, so I'll have to, but I can fix it. Alright, so did you guys hear me talking about Hank's hot tub? Did you guys get that part? Just trying to see how far back, because I was definitely talking that whole time. Hank's hot dog. Yes. Yeah, so that's why Hank was in here. His sister who was pregnant needed the aid of a small step stool / ladder to get into the hot tub, and so he was coming in to grab that because we got one we keep in the studio for adjusting the cameras and just reaching up to high places. But I'm gonna flip this real quick, and I'm gonna actually turn it so whenever I do flip it, it's in the correct orientation. All right. He did. He got one from his dad. His dad works demolition, or his dad owns a. Nice. His dad owns a construction company that does demolition, and he should probably bet on the overhead there so y'all can see it. Yeah, I like the way the flames turned out. There's definitely some things to figure out with the having stuff shine through, but like I feel like I'm getting somewhere with it. There's definitely Definitely progress being made. Definitely like the little flicks of colors in those flames. They really kind of did exactly what I was hoping it would do, which is always nice. Yeah, Hank got a hot tub from one of his dad's demos, and yeah, it was busted, but it was in, I mean, it was in good shape. Like there was nothing particularly wrong with it. It was just a few of the parts had gone bad, and there was a few hoses and joints that were leaking. But like, he just fixed it. And now he's got a really nice hot tub that cost him very little money. Yeah, it's a very chill pancake. Need to make sure I get I get more batter on the edges of my pancakes. The center of them is so thick that the edges kind of flop down. Get off there. Of course it gets stuck. Do what I do with the flip onto the plate. Yeah, here's our first go round. So just I'm gonna switch back to the overhead here, so just so y'all can see. I don't know. Yeah, there's the side by side. Obviously, there it's mirrored. I didn't flip the image, or the image got flipped while I was making it. But I'm all right. This is a photograph I took 10 months ago now. One of the coolest trips I've ever taken in my life. I've taken a lot of trips. I've been very, very fortunate. So the fact that it was the coolest is high praise. The flight was terrible. It was as good as a 24 hours on a plane can be. The flight to Hong Kong, I'd see, because I was in Tampa or Miami. I was in Florida, and so I went from Florida to Houston or Dallas, I can't remember, and then from there to San Francisco, and then from San Francisco, because we were all scattered about doing events, so I think we all met up in San Francisco. Is where we all ended up on the same flight, yeah. So and then we went from San Francisco to Tokyo. I'll switch to the wide here. Yeah, we're from San Francisco's Tampa or Miami to Houston to San Francisco to Tokyo, then to Hong Kong. This is the longest I have ever been on a plane. Flight back was a little nicer because it was just Hong Kong to San Francisco to St. Louis. That was only 14 hours. It wasn't the most pleasant experience for me. I mean, luckily they have outlets and stuff, and I have my laptop, so I was working on stuff, and you know, try to sleep too, and they got screens with movies and all this stuff, but really, yeah, you're just kind of, and I have a restless leg syndrome, so me being on a plane that long, at some point my legs are going to start to just, I don't know if anyone has restless leg syndrome, but like your legs just feel like they want to move constantly, and it's infuriating because there's nothing you can really do about it. Even getting up, like you can get up and stretch, and that helps a little bit for a little while, but you just kind of have to wait it out, try to fall asleep, something, pass the time. But yeah, when you're stuck on a plane and you can't move, and your legs are being all weird, it's a little torturous, but the end result It is obviously worth it because you're in freaking Hong Kong and it's cool. At least as cool as it can be. There's lots of things in Hong Kong that aren't cool, but it doesn't really have much to do with Hong Kong at this point. It was something. All right, so that's our first one. So this second one, speaking of San Francisco, so this is actually probably one of my favorite photographs I've ever taken. And we'll see. This one's a little complicated. It's going to be simplified just because it is so complicated. We'll see how it turns out. It's going to be interesting. And time is, I don't even know what time it is. What is time? It is 8:30, so I've been going for an hour and a half here. All right. So anyways, I'm going to switch to the overhead here. So this is in San Francisco. And it's one of the reasons why I love this photograph so much, is because it sort of, it is San Francisco in a nutshell. It is a perfect example of the have and have not nature of San Francisco, which is so much more blatant than in just about any other city I've ever been to. And so, yeah, that's obviously a homeless man sleeping on a concrete bench surrounded by all of this beauty and expensive buildings and yeah. Thank you. There's just, yeah, Dana and I were in San Francisco and we were just, actually, was I with Dana on this one? I was with Dana on this one. And I just happened, we were just walking through this park and yeah, saw that guy sleeping there. And I didn't sit there and like try to dial it in or anything. I just hurried up and snapped it, and luckily it turned out really well because I shoot in full manual, so like there's no auto settings other than maybe the white balance. So there's no autofocus, there's no auto on the ISO or the exposure or any of that at the f-stop, nothing. It's all just dials and yeah, just quick fingers, quick thinking, and cross your fingers that you're actually in focus. All right, so we're gonna dive right into this one here. This one's gonna be an interesting one to sort of think about exactly how I'd want to do it and where I want to start. I think I'm gonna start on this grocery cart here. I think that's the best place to start. You have to be careful with this one because there's a lot going on in this and I don't want to make it too big. Yes, I'll show you another one that I'm planning on doing at some point. And actually the reason why I didn't do it today was specifically because there are a lot of cars in this photo. I don't know how well you can see that. But if you zoom in here, this is in London. Photo I took in London, and they have these mirrors on at some of the stoplights, so you can see around a corner, uh, and yeah, and I just thought it was a really cool vantage, and so that mirror has all of these cars in it, and I was like, oh, that's a whole lot of cars. I think maybe I'll save that one for later. Uh, Even though they would be so small, there wouldn't be. Thank you. I I was really happy with that. I haven't really got to do a whole lot of photography since the world ended. But on top of that, I still have a mountain of photographs that I've yet to actually develop. Uh, so there's really not a huge need to make more. I mean, I've done some photography for some stuff for pancakes and stuff. But that's, I don't know. I guess that counts technically. It's work though. It's not. Yeah, that was a cool gig too. That was Dana, myself, and Hank went to London for like 3 days. We were doing a release party for The Sims, and yeah, it was so last minute. Like they got a hold of us like a week before it was supposed to happen. There's like, hey, can you guys make it to London and do this thing? And like, we had to drive to because we booked the flights ourselves and stuff, which usually we do, but like the second time I went to London with our other artist Jenny, we did it was for 20th Century Fox, and they actually took care of all the flights, which was fine, even though my lord did they spend a lot of money. Those flights were like we are very conscientious of like how much we spend when we fly, and we do it very, very cheaply, and we've had years of practice to try to keep our overhead down with that stuff. But man, oh man, they did not care. I think my flight from, because I've had to fly from, I had a layover. I had to fly from St. Louis to Dallas, and then to London. So like, first off, I flew in the wrong direction to start. But I looked at the ticket price, and it was something insane, like $6,000 or something like that. And I was not in first class. I was very much in economy seating, and so it's just like, ugh. Like whenever we flew to London for The Sims, I think our tickets were like $700 or $800, which is pretty good for a last minute ticket to London. And obviously we weren't paying for it, but we didn't have to charge the client an arm and a leg for the flight because we are very cognizant of those type of things, because we are not rich men and women. Something like that. It was something crazy. I wish I could remember exactly, but it was something just outrageous that it never even crossed my mind that a ticket to London could be that expensive. Unless I was flying, not first class, even just the step up, just a step up from coach. I wasn't even like, no, I was in, heck, I think I might even had an aisle seat. Like I was really, or a middle seat. Like it was not the lap of luxury. And it's just, ooh. But whatever. I mean, like, they can pay whatever they want. If they're okay with that, that's fine. And that was for the premiere of Kid Who Would Be King, which is a movie about, it's like the King Arthur story, Sword in the Stone, but it's in modern times type thing. Patrick Stewart played Merlin. And didn't get to meet him though. That would have been a trip. That would have made it so worth it. But I didn't get to meet any of the stars of the movie at all. We were at this little, call it a junket. I don't know what to really call it, where they brought in these kid influencers. Uh, so it's just kids whose parents run their Instagrams and like, like the Ryan kid on Nickelodeon and stuff, that type of thing. And so they would come through and they had all these stations set up. They had a camera on a track and like armor, and they would have them put on the armor and like fed them lines and stuff, and did like an epic pan from side to side because they got. Yeah, it's a huge chunk of something. It is. Hopefully, if anyone from 20th Century Fox is watching, hopefully they don't take issue with me disclosing that information. It's just a plane ticket. Or I hope nobody gets in trouble for like spending too much on a plane ticket for a stupid pancake artist. This is a couple of years ago at this point, maybe even a few years ago. It's hard to keep track of it all. Yeah, I would. Ian McKellen would be amazing, and I would be stoked out of my mind. Uh, Patrick Stewart holds a very special place in my heart, simply because he's Captain Picard. Like Star Trek: The Next Generation meant and still means a lot to me. As far as shows go, it's such a I still every now like usually once every like 4 or 5 years or something, I'll go through and watch them again. Like there's still, some of it's a little camp. Like there's definitely like not all of it has aged particularly well, but so much of it has, and it's still enjoyable to watch. And yeah, I didn't like it when I was a kid though. Oddly enough, not odd at all. My parents, it came on at like 9 o'clock where I lived, and my parents would let me stay up if I watched, like I would say I wanted to watch Star Trek, and because they would watch it because they're Trekkers, I guess. I mean Trekkers because they still watch the new stuff. Which that's the difference between if you want to know the difference between a Trekker and a Trekkie and a Trekker. A Trekkie is someone who is only particularly interested in the original series, whereas a Trekker is someone who is just into Star Trek. Like they're not. It's not just about. I mean, they can dislike, like I'm not huge on like Deep Space Nine or Voyager so much, but like I love the Next Generation and like the new ones. Discovery is amazing. Picard's pretty good. I mean, it's really good in the sense of like it's really cool to see Picard and all the concepts are amazing. Dialogue's a little rough, from being real, but Discovery, holy smokes! If any of y'all haven't seen Star Trek Discovery yet, highly recommend it. If anyone likes Star Trek, it's definitely different than a lot of the Star Treks that you're used to, but that's kind of why I like it. And I'm so used to. Oh yeah, I've seen little bits and pieces of Patrick Stewart especially. I don't know if I've ever seen any of the old videos of Ian McKellen doing Shakespeare. Obviously they're out there, and I probably. But yeah, it's weird, and it's Patrick Stewart. It's like he like the where we would joke. He just got all of his aging. Like he's looked like he's in his 40s whenever he was in his 20s. Like he just got all of his aging done right away, and then just like sort of stayed there for the next 50 years. I think it's only been recently that he started to actually look like an old man. But yeah, it's wild. I remember I watched Dune not that long ago, and I had forgotten that he was in it, and it was just, yeah, it was weird. It was just like right before, not long before he got cast as Captain Picard, and he was in Dune. Just such a terrible movie, but it's fun to watch. It's interesting trying to figure out how to do all these little, because then there's all these little, there's these bushes behind him and the shrubbery, and it's got all these little, you know, they say they aren't blooms, they're not really flowers, but there's just, it's not a uniform thing. It's a little chaotic actually, and so it's just like, how do I do that? You can't do all these, can't do all of it though. You sort of have to imply a lot of it, and just at a certain point just be like, okay, it's gonna be enough. Okay, so we'll let that sit for a minute here. I mean, Becca, I totally believe that Ian McKellen was a good-looking dude back in the day. I mean, I've seen some old photos of Patrick Stewart when he was really young, and like, I mean, he's got some really he's, you know, I mean, he's got very like defined cheekbones and a good jawline, so like, also a very good-looking dude. But yeah, and they are amazing actors, both of them. I think Patrick Stewart, always I think he, in his mind, he thinks Ian McKellen is the far superior actor. I think they're both pretty awesome in their own right. All right, so let's see how we're gonna do this here. Okay. Has anyone ever heard the shoot? I don't, it was Anthony Hopkins. I don't remember who he was acting next to, but it was someone who was, you know, being very method, you know, never dropping character and all of this stuff. And Ian McKellen or not Ian McKellen, but Anthony Hopkins may not even have said this, but like a lot of things where like quotes get attributed to different people that didn't necessarily say them, but yeah, this guy who wouldn't drop character, who was going all method, he leaned over to him and said, "Have you thought about acting?" And I always thought that was hilarious. Uh, uh, I wish I spoke Spanish. It's, I'm sure someone in the chats can translate. Uh, it's one of those things I really wish that I had tackled. I was speaking earlier, talking about how I didn't take a foreign language in high school. I wish I would have taken some Spanish. At least some. It would have been it would have been incalculably helpful. There's been many times, especially doing like telecommunications work and stuff, where I'd be trying to fix somebody's stuff and like they don't speak any English, and I just want to be able to talk to them, and like I can't. I mean, luckily Google Translate exists. Google Translate has saved me many a times. Yeah, I mean, I got a keyboard, but I gotta focus. Otherwise, I would have been copying it and pasting it into Google Translate as well. Oh, well, that's awesome. I'm glad. I'm glad that they're enjoying it, and I wish that I spoke Spanish. Maybe if hopefully someday auto captioning will catch up, and we'll be able to do accurate live transcriptions. That would be really cool. Either that or Pancakes blows up and somehow we can afford to pay somebody to translate live, which will never happen. Not to that extent, because that would be weird. Guess I should never say never, but small detail. Closed eyes, right? So that it's just chilling, sleeping. Alright, smell. It's so small, it's hard to get. Keep making everything bigger. Sure, he has great eyebrows, but not that big. Okay. And let's see. So, that'll make this easier. It's got a lot of red light just shining down on him, so I can almost draw his outline just in highlights. his ear right there. His hands. Thank you. It's sometimes it's a curse because I get really, it's a curse at events, and I get really hung up on like little details whenever it's just like gotta go. Like it's like these I got 10 people in line behind this guy, so gotta finish this pancake. But situations like this, where I can just sort of zen out and just kind of flow a little bit, then it's a whole different thing. Like I mean, I'm trying not to take too long because there are people waiting on this pancake, but I'm in no rush either. You're not wrong, Sky Kid. I always like to say hope for the best, expect the worst. So far, it's served me pretty well. And the meaning behind that is just obviously you don't want the worst thing to happen, but like if it does, you'd rather be ready for it than not. I might end up having to. I'll get most of it in there. I think by the time I get his feet in here, we're going to be probably right about here on the griddle. So I probably won't go too far past that, even though the photo goes a little bit past that. But we will just have to crop it a smidge to make sure that it all fits. Okay. All right, so there's that. So the back of him is in dark shadow because he's lying down. So we're going to use some darker colors. I think we're going to go the very darkest part. I don't have any blues that I think are quite dark enough. So I'm actually going to use this really dark green for the back of his shirt here. Just close enough. Okay, so here's his hand. So this should be his elbow. Right there. That. Doing stuff like this, it's really can be sometimes because it looks like it's jumbled mess, and I'm like, oh boy, is this gonna Is this translating? Is this gonna, because it doesn't look like it the thing that I want it to look like right now, and then you just kind of keep going, and then all of a sudden you'll notice, like, oh wait, nope, that does look like what I thought it was gonna be. Okay, never mind. I see it start to take shape.
but into the cathedral of myriad stars lit above it. Humanity will finally reach out from the deep well where it slumbered. And touch the tiny points of light suspended in unyielding darkness. And touch the tiny suspended in unyielding darkness.
Back, guys. How long was my mic off? My batteries are low, I think. Oh boy. Alright, I'm gonna swap out these batteries here. And I'm back. Oh man, no, I've been jabbering on the whole time. Man, oh man. This is what happens whenever you run the stream by yourself. There's a 1.8 second delay on the mic on what the computer hears, what you hear on the computer versus me saying it in real life. So if I have earphones on and I'm listening to it, everything's on a delay, so it's disorienting as all get out. So I put it on at the very beginning just to hear myself, just to make sure all my levels are good, and I take it off. So, well, I'm glad at least my hands doing stuff on screen was entertaining enough to keep you guys occupied. Well, shoot, I don't even know where to go with that, because like there was a whole lot said in there, so I'm not sure. Who knows what it was, because it was in no particular. There was no particular order to it or anything. It's just kind of talking. Oh, Becca, you were talking about you never really had the courage to do the whole starving artist thing and stuff, which I was talking about that, where I was like, I got super lucky because I really honestly never had to go through that whole starving artist thing. And pancake art was not what I intended to get into at all, even a little bit. This is, music was my intention, sort of still is my intention. Because I still make music and play music, and that's where I focus a lot of my energy. But I had a telecommunications career before all this, and I did really well, and so it allowed me. And I worked freelance, so I could work when I wanted to. I didn't work when I didn't want to, so I would go out, work 3, 4, 5 months, make enough money to not have to work for 3, 4, 5 months, and finish recording a record or go on tour or any of those things, and lose all the money that I made. But then luckily I was in a field that there's so much work. There's way more work than there is people to do it. So there was always a job waiting for me somewhere. I just had to go hop on a handful of telecommunication contracting sites out there and just pick the job I wanted. Because usually if I just blasted off my resume to them, I had enough experience in just about everything that I could pretty much just pick the job I wanted. So I got really lucky. Okay. Let's see. I want to do this. Yeah, it really, so much of it is luck, because there's so many people out there that are good enough to do the thing that they're trying to do. Like they've built up their skill set and they can be amazing at it. But if the right person doesn't see it at the right time, then you'll never get your shot. And that's why, the people that tend to succeed are the ones that just keep doing it. And, you know, but even then, the people, they spend, 10, 15 years trying to make it, and they finally get somewhere, at least get some sort of steady income from it or what have you. For every one of those, there's still, thousands of others who spent all of that time too and got nothing for it. I mean, other than the experience of doing it, but they didn't quote unquote make it. So, yeah, even if you stick with it, it's still a gamble. Oh yeah, yeah. Maya's she's in Poland, if I recall. So yeah, she's in a far, far distant time zone from us. So right now, there's a lot of palm trees in this particular photograph. Most of them are really trunks of them are really dark, so they don't need a whole lot of color. I'm just leaving a little bit of room here and there to add some texture to them. Well, hopefully you can achieve your goals. It really is. I mean, as far as the aesthetics, aesthetics based being in the arts, it's and this is the shallow, um, terrible part of me where I talked earlier about food addiction and stuff, and I used to weigh a lot more when I was younger, and one of the reasons why I spend a lot of time focusing on not gaining a lot of weight, um, is because it's so much easier in the arts or being a musician. I mean, which being a musician is being in the arts, but any of that stuff, it's so much easier if you're thin, which is terrible and it's dumb, but that's part of the reason I'm just like, I don't want to make it any harder on myself. It's already impossible. Uh, And that's important. It's being happy, like, you know, a lot of people, you know, they want to be actors, they want to be musicians, they want to be rock stars, whatever. And you get there and you realize that that's not actually gonna do it. It doesn't fix you. And, you know, it's a cliche at this point, but it's a cliche for a reason. There's a line in a Chris Cornell song on probably, like, probably my favorite album of all time, his first solo album, Euphoria Morning. There's a line in one of the songs, the have is not as good as the want. And I think that's probably about as real as it gets. Oops. What's up, Natalie? Natalie Castillo Nieto. I think. Do I know my? I know. I know my. As far as, like, I know her on the internet. We haven't never met her in real life, but yeah, she's usually on the streams hanging out, and we talk on Instagram sometimes. At least when I'm on Instagram. I do not go on Instagram very often, so if anyone ever happens to message me on Instagram, just know I will get back to you eventually. Not the Dan Cakes Instagram, but my own art Instagram that I haven't posted on in a year, which this photograph that I'm doing a pancake of is actually on. Well, we started, I guess, I don't know how long she's been following us, but I noticed her coming on the streams. You know, we've been streaming for since the beginning of the end of the world. We started streaming, and she became a regular on the streams. So I guess, you know, the last 6 to 8 months, really. That's a good thing, Sky Kid. I really, honestly don't particularly have an affinity for social media. I do it because it's necessary for my job. But I know it's not, focusing on it a lot is not particularly healthy for really anybody, but it's not particularly healthy for my own personal well-being. I prefer to not. All right. feels like we're not making much progress here, but I promise you, we definitely are. We're yeah, Dan Cake. Yeah, we've got TikTok. It's Dr. Dan Cake, just like the rest of our social medias. I've got one too. I've posted exactly one thing on it. It's at the Ben T Daniel, or the Bent Daniel is my handle. It's actually the only thing I've posted is I posted a slideshow of some of the photographs that I took in Hong Kong. I kind of walked away from social media a little bit, like my own personal social media last year, with the intention of getting back into it at a certain point. But I needed a break, and that break has lasted about 1.5 years so far. I still hop on occasionally. I post on my stories, reply to messages, but I haven't actually had I haven't done like a straight up new post for something in over 1.5 years. This is going to be a giant pancake. I'm realizing this. See you later, Natalia. Use that black. This is the black I used to fill. It's got a larger tip on it. Can't get these fine lines that I need. Let's see here. Wait, where am I? That's not right at all. That's the wrong place. That's this guy. Yeah, some of this is going to end up being a little bit, I guess, technically off from where it actually is. Kind of squishing some of the skyline here. I think I'll just have to actually just cut off some of it here, because I really don't want it to be much bigger than this. Anything any bigger and we'll have problems with the flipping portion. All right, so I think I'm gonna start this building here. Like, none of this has to be perfect. It's all background stuff. You don't really want it to be perfect. this here. This one, I mean, it should have been very obvious to me, but this one, turns out this one's really complicated. Which, I feel like saying duh. I was literally deciding what to do about 15 minutes before the stream started, and I was just rummaging through my photographs, and when I was just like, this one I'll do. This is fine. I'll do this one. I didn't really give it a whole lot of thought, other than I think I can do that. These buildings in the background. Dude laying down on some trash bags. I'll have to keep track of it, but that's... Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, Becca. I only hope that the details shine through. Because there's been many a pancake that I've made where I'm just like trying to toss all these details in there and stuff and trying to make it, you know, this epic thing. And then I flip it. And almost not like, you know, so much of the detail is cooked into the pancake, or just like the colors are just like everything blends too well. But those are also good experiences too, because I've gotten a lot better at making sure that doesn't happen because I've done it so much. One in particular, I remember we were trying to get the attention of the Jimmy Kimmel show because he was really into pancake art. I think he's still dead, but he was posting pancake art that he was making for his family and stuff. We're like, ooh, we should make some Jimmy Kimmel pancakes and see if we can get some internet points, and maybe if we're like super lucky, they'll like have us on the show or something. And so we made a bunch of Jimmy Kimmel pancakes, and I made Guillermo, the security guard with the mustache. I don't remember what his name is, but yeah, I made him, and it was really early on, so it was really one of my early attempts at realistic portraiture. But I just had like a moment where I was just like, oh, I'm nailing this. Like I'm getting everything is looking great. All the details are perfect. I got all the lines of his face and everything exactly how I want it. And I was so stoked how good I thought it was going to look when I flipped it over. And I flipped it over, and almost all the details on his face were just cooked into it. Like you couldn't see the lines, the smile lines and stuff like that. It all sort of disappeared, and because the browns were too close to each other color wise. So it was still a decent looking pancake, and it still ended up in the video, but it was just like, it could have looked so much better. But my contrast was off. And then again recently, actually, we made a video for Amazon Prime for The Boys, the season 2 of The Boys, which is fantastic. I just finished watching it like a week ago, and holy smokes, it was really good. But I really wanted to make one of the pancakes for that video just because I love The Boys so much. And so I was going to make Butcher, and I took a crack at it. First one wasn't good at all, like in my opinion. So I took another go at it, and the second one was pretty spot on, but I had mixed my browns. I'd mixed my browns too close together, so like all of the smile lines and like crow's feet and all that stuff that were all in there, they'd all disappeared. So while it was a decent looking pancake, it still wasn't good enough. So Dan actually ended up making all of those because, you know, I can, when it comes to portraiture and stuff, I can do stuff to that level, but it takes me a lot longer. Dan is much faster and much more consistent at those particular types of pancakes. And because of that, he ends up doing a lot of them. So then he gets more practice, then he gets faster and more consistent at them. And that's why a lot of the portraits that you see us do are usually ones that Dan does. Okay. So, trying to figure out where to go with this one here. So there's a whole lot of colors going on here, and trying to do them in a way that works. And there's also just a metric ton of contrast in this thing. Like, yeah, there's a lot of, and that shrubbery especially, just trying to get that is wild. Didn't even think about the bazillion, just so much detail in there. All these little purple flowers in here, and all these really dark blacks where the sort of everything sort of folds in on itself and casts a shadow on itself, and all those things. Like, if you don't get those, it just doesn't have depth. If it doesn't have depth, then it doesn't look tangible. I think that's the whole thing. You want it to look tangible. You want it to look like you can touch it. You want it to look like you can reach out and think that it has structure, even if it's just flat pancake. But we're getting there, slowly but surely. A lot of this is so, it's like I'm just I'm not being exact with any of this stuff. Like, I'm just sort of being very general with it. It's like, oh, there's some stuff there, there's some stuff there, there's some more dark stuff there, and just kind of do an approximated version of that. If I spent all day just trying to get it exactly as I saw it, it would literally, like this, I mean, however long I've spent on this one, let's see. Oh wow, it's been an hour and a half, holy smokes. Yeah, it'd be a lot longer than an hour and a half. That's for darn sure. It'd be like those hyper-realistic pencil drawings and stuff that you see on Reddit, or well, anywhere, but I usually see them on Reddit because that's where I tend to hang out on the internet. Like, yeah, this one took me 5 weeks. It's just, whew. Like, I complain when I gotta spend 4 hours on a pancake. Spending 5 weeks on a pencil drawing. Cannot imagine. See you later, software. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully we'll see you Sunday. And hopefully someday I'll finish this pancake. Okay. I think what's the best approach? Yeah, that kind of stuff, like, yeah, the 5 weeks on a drawing, all that stuff, it blows my mind. I can't really comprehend. I mean, I guess just like, if I really think about it, like I've kind of spent 5 years on, an album that I've yet to release, and I keep talking about releasing or finishing, so I can release it, and then I don't. Uh, partly at this point it's because we're trying to save Dan cakes, so this time next year we still actually have a business, but I can imagine some of that's just me stalling. 'Cause there are definitely moments of time that I could spend working on it, but I don't. Better or worse. I always tell people it's my Chinese democracy. Yeah, and that's definitely like drawing stuff. I'm definitely doing pencil sketches and stuff, which I don't do as much anymore. But I've definitely had instances where, I've taken, forever to just make sure I get something right. Because, if you can tell, but I'm a bit of perfectionist when it comes to this type of stuff. So I end up going back and fixing and refixing and undoing and redoing and just trying to get it exactly right. Uh, and I get really bothered if it's not. Uh, so I definitely. Of course, the nice thing with pencil and paper too, or really almost any other medium, you can walk away. Like, 5 weeks to finish a drawing doesn't mean they were drawing the entire 5 weeks. Just means that they, stopped and started. And making a pancake, like, you just kind of have to, it's like, all right, well, I'm doing this now. So can't really stop. Once you start it, you kind of have to finish it. If you don't finish it, well, then you're just not going to have you're just not going to have a piece of pancake art. So it forces you to just finish. So I guess it's kind of nice because, like, there's so much, like, talking about, music that I work on and stuff where I obsess over details that aren't particularly important and end up never getting it done. Because at a certain point with that type of stuff, you just be like, all right, it's done. Like, doesn't matter if it's not, it'll never be exactly what I wanted. Because I'll just keep moving the goalpost. And with this, it's like, once you fill the pancake in, it doesn't matter what you think, it's done. That's the end of it. If you're not happy with it, you can redo it maybe, but, like, there's a little bit of beauty in that. Yeah, I totally understand that, Becca. That's where I am a lot of the time. And it's one of the biggest issues I had whenever I started working, doing gigs and stuff, was that I would obsess over these details. And yeah, and it was just like, well, you gotta, people want their pancakes. Like, they're waiting in line. Like, it's great if this one ends up perfect, quote unquote, but, like, most people, they're gonna be okay if it's just really good too. And also, you know, I'm the harshest judge of my work. So taking all that time to be difficult on myself, probably the only person that's going to even notice is me. Oh, what's up, Dan? You're the one on you're the Periscope. Oh no, I'm not streaming on Facebook. Oh, here let me tick the box again here. Yeah, I think there is a limit on Facebook. Oh, kick the camera. Sorry, guys. Oh, yep, unable to connect on Facebook. Let's see what happens when I toggle it. And looks like we're back on Facebook. All right. Now back to the matter at hand. This insanely complicated pancake. We've got skylines with perspective and all sorts of madness that for whatever reason I decided was a good idea. So this bleed. Right. Yep, sorry about that, anyone that was on Facebook. Oh wow, yeah, we jumped up 20 viewers as soon as I did that. So yeah, sorry anyone that was on the Facebook stream and it died, or if you're just joining in, you were joining in on hour 3 of our stream here. So, all right. So where am I on this guy? So I want to get his shadows here. And we'll come back to those other ones here instead. A second. There's his shadow. Thanks, Becca. I hope it looks as beautiful on the other side. Okay. Now, try the greens here. Hey, it's anthromancy. Say hi. Say everybody say hi to anthromancy. Sure thing. Is it the chat issue? Yeah, I think so. I think you mentioned that to me once with the Twitch chat on the site. If that's not it, then yeah, we'll still discuss it, but yeah. That is, yeah, it's for his board game Anthromancer. This is going to be, I want that to be the top of the pancake. Otherwise, it's going to get a little extreme. Let's see. Okay. So. I'm glad as a user you're enjoying it, Anthromancy. That's what I was going for. Palm tree, there's that's gonna be edge of this one. That'll work. I'll make it work. And this building here, which goes maybe the edge of this. This looks like the skyline continues on as it does. Alright, so now we got that. I'm gonna get the rest of his beard in there. Okay. I mean, we can definitely, we could get it piped into the studio if we had earpieces in. The only problem with it being in the room itself is that you get the potential of a feedback loop. Yeah, that's perfectly it's doable. I don't mind the silence so much though. I'm kind of zenning out on this pancake, just seeing where I can go with it. Hopefully it's somewhere. Just a big old blob right there. Dark space. Okay. So now, make sure. Here. Let's see. Edge of the concrete platform he's lying on. Okay. So I got all that. Highlights on his hands here. From the, I think these are be the flexor tendons. Are those the ones on top? Can't remember. I always get I don't even remember what the other one's called, honestly. Got them all mixed up in my head. So I know you have the ones down here and the ones that make your fingers move up, and it's flexor and something else. All right. Anyways. Got these trash bags here. All right. Now I gotta figure out exactly where I'm at. And sort of pick a spot to go to town on here. All I should do is pants here. Here, definitely. So. I have a lighter gray. Thought I guess I just have the two. So I don't want to use. So what I'm going to do instead. I'm going to do this. Use this for the shading here. There's that. Ah, Hank has returned. Is he grabbing? It sounds like he's grabbing bags of chips. And I'm correct. And now he's gone. Hank, everybody. I keep seeing things that details that I've missed in the process of doing this. It's like, wait a second, there's all these bushes go all the way down to his body, like they're behind him, behind the platform. So, gotta draw that. Okay, so there's that. And then, this was the same. Alright, so, we'll let his pants dry some. I think we can do his legs here. There's not a whole lot to color in here on his legs. But we can. Slight exposed skin there. Boots are really dark, almost one color. In this case, all the sole of his boots and they are going to be one color in this instance, because that's way easier. Okay, so now this is the part where it starts to get confusing, because I got to keep track where the heck everything is. Okay, so we're gonna let all of that dry for a minute. And I'm gonna do, while we're waiting on that, I'm gonna do a little bit of I've got an idea. I don't know if this is gonna work well or not. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna graduate this sort of dark green I used for the shading. And some of the shading, not all of it. Put some purple on it. See how much of that actually shines through. It could be interesting. Or it could be dumb. Only one way to find out. Okay. And the rest of that will just get filled in with blue once it sets. Now, so we'll come back to that. We'll work on the skyline for a minute. Okay. I'm gonna step off camera for 2 seconds here. And I'm back. Okay. More plants that I left out. That's good though. Plants are honestly the easiest part of this whole thing because there's not as much specific detail to worry about. It's green and it's got a shape, so it's a plant. Makes it easier. Hey, it's Maya. Good to see you. I certainly hope it turns out to be beautiful. It's definitely a detailed one. I'm trying to be careful to make sure that all of the different contrasting parts actually contrast, and so we don't lose any of that detail in there, because that would obviously be a bummer. I don't think we will though. I think it's going to turn out just fine. At the very least, not terrible. Or at the very least, it'll be interesting. That part I can definitely guarantee. The first one I made was something I was almost certain that I could pull off in some reasonable capacity. I wasn't like a big concern that it would look wrong. This one, so much more going on. Okay. So, let's all right, so now we need to get these buildings in here. We need to start finishing these guys off and make sure that they look okay. They don't have to look perfect. They just gotta look okay. So it's going to be a very similar color. Shadowed side of the building. And since we have a much lighter colored building, so I'll make sure I use lighter colors. Okay. Those. And this of those windows, since I just put them over there. And then the light side of the buildings. Kind of gray. Good, probably. Get away with some gray. This greenish color here has sort of a gray tinge to it. I think will imply the depth that I want nicely. Thanks, man. I missed you too. Oh, stretch out here. This is a long pancake. We are getting there. And it's not going to be much longer from now. We're going to have a pancake. Finally getting to the point where we're filling stuff in. Let's see, what color do I want for these buildings here? I want to make sure they stick out. They're obviously different building. Too dark. Okay, so I'll use the gray. Not the real one, just put some. Looks like they got some like balconies there. Just do that, sort of apply. Those balconies exist. This building goes all the way to the edge of the piece. Okay. There's that. Leave that area alone for a while and just kind of let it set. And just deciding which area I want to work on. So it's basically the way I gotta finish this. Just I'm gonna do this middle building here. Just one little section at a time. most of the buildings have been. This one over here. Do this combination again. Thanks, Becca. I truly hope it lives up to the expectation. All right. Did not expect to go quite this epic when I was planning out this stream. Oh, my was clogged up. Keep track of where I am. Don't wanna lose track of space here. Okay. So, we do the rest of this. Really like this grayish green color. This feels very, I don't know, organic. Like regular, just straight gray doesn't feel as tangible, I guess. It feels kind of artificial. Because you don't really see that too often in the real world. It's always just like you don't really see like pure white, you see off-white. The same sort of applies to gray too. Okay. Got that. And then all this stuff over here is plants. We're gonna fill in these last little bits here. We're just gonna make sure all of our plant stuff is defined. And I think we can get back to filling in our shirt now. It's been long enough here, so. I want to take two. Let's pop just a little bit more. Okay. So shirt's filled in. And then I think his pants probably ready to fill in too. Sure, actually. I can barely tell. Sure, that's still pants right there. We'll find out. Okay. His pants filled in, his shirt's filled in. So I think one thing we can probably start working on now are all the bags on his cart. So most of those work their way from white to gray to black because they're trash bags. So that makes perfect sense. So we got our white highlights in some of these already. Got some gray highlights. Let's blend just a little bit more. And so we'll use our gray or almost black to this is dark, so I want to make sure that stays inadvertently pick up some of the okay. So I think basically at this point these can just be filled in. Okay. So this is starting to feel like something now. Making progress here. Okay. So got that. Got those. Whew. This is a lot of stuff, guys. Let's see sorry, I just looked up the chat. So the greens, actually didn't mix these colors. Dan mixed these. And I'm gonna guess we've got a lot of different greens in the cabinet. I know some of these greens have, like this one definitely looks like it has blue in it. This one looks like it might have some brown. This one probably has some brown in it. The one I've been using to shade the gray. This one might just have black in it. Okay, just this one looks like it might have some like navy blue in it because it's a pretty dark green, but dark greenish blue. But so it's because we use a tertiary palette, so it's what we call a tertiary palette, but it's primary, secondary, and tertiary colors. So you know you have your Roy G. Biv, and then everything in between, and then a few extras in there within that, and that gives you a really general palette to work from that has a lot of versatility because you have so many colors, and even though this has blue in it, this one could shade blue, but it could also shade green, because of that. And so the goal with it is to not, when we're doing like these, it's not about matching exactly. We just get it as versatile as possible, so we can do as much with it as possible. And then because you can't match colors, it almost forces you to try to be creative, because there's like if you're shading something or putting highlights on something, there's multiple colors that you could use that would be perfectly acceptable. And I definitely at events, I definitely talk to myself a lot when I'm making people's pancakes, but I'm not usually mic'd up. All right. So, just trying to do this section by section. I'm gonna finish off his shoes here. I think they're ready to go. Get his shoes and his socks done, and then I can move on to whatever the next thing is. Not sure what that is yet. Alright. Actually, I'm actually, that's what I'm doing now with some of it. So it doesn't work great as well if you just like stick it on the griddle and try to like mix them together on the griddle. You can get a little bit of something, but it's not ideal or consistent. But what I do, and the reason why I keep going from section to section, is because my layers are so thin that they're actually semi-transparent. So, whenever I'm filling it in, like when I filled in his pants or I filled in his shirt, all those little details that I put on, they're so thin that whatever I put over the back of it's actually going to shine through pretty obvious. It's and it'll actually create more gradients within the shading and highlighting, very sick. And that's like, like on this one right here, you can see it a little bit, like on the yellows here. You can see, switch to the overhead. Like the last pancake I did, is that the, come on, there we go. So you can see like the orange, the little orange that's in at the tip of the flame there. I actually put down yellow, and then I put once that was dry, I put orange over it, and so you can see the orange kind of shining through a little bit, and it just gives it textures. Yeah, I didn't either. It was totally on accident. I talked about it a little bit on the last stream that I did, where I was just using the different shades of brown, but I inadvertently discovered it while I was doing a Hardee's commercial, and because they had to have the pancakes, they wanted the pancakes like this big, but they wanted like me to draw a pig and stuff like that, for like sausage, because it's a breakfast sandwich. And I was just like, and so I ended up and they also wanted it all to be pancake color, so I had like 7 shades of brown. And I sort of discovered while I was doing that you can get like this really cool, almost watercolor-esque type effect with it because of that. And I didn't really understand what was going on when I was doing it. It's taken me a while to sort of figure out, because I thought I'd figured it out, and I thought it was more of the blending it on the griddle type thing. like you were talking about, and I thought that's what was doing it, and then I was trying it and it wasn't really working, and eventually I sort of figured out, it's like, oh wait, it's because the batter's literally shining through the back, or literally showing through the back, and that's what's creating these other gradients. And so that's kind of what I've been spending a lot. That's what I've been playing with on these super detailed pancakes that I've been doing, is doing that more and just sort of seeing what happens with it, because I'm still, it's a technique that I've discovered, but not a technique that I've perfected. There's still a little bit of chaos in there where I'm not totally sure exactly how it's going to turn out. But every time I make a pancake, I get a little more sure about what I'm doing with it. So I just keep on doing it. A little bit of both. I mean, a lot of it's squeeze control, because because I can get really fine lines out. You know, these bottles that I'm using also have extremely fine tips on them. Like if you don't mix the batter like smooth as butter, it's not, you're gonna end up with constantly clogged tips. Uh, and then on top of that, you've probably seen me dragging, like especially when I first put the batter down and it's wet. When it's still wet, because then you can drag it through and like actually pull it out basically and make it a little bit thinner, uh, and even fix your line work a little bit. You know, if you put down a line and it's not exactly how you want, you can, I'll do it over here, and you can kind of just pull it through, and now you got this really thin line with a taper at the end. And yeah, so a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. And of course, the more crowded the pancake gets, the less you're able to drag the bottle tip through. So at a certain point, you don't really get to do a whole lot of it, but you've also done so much at that point that you're not too worried about it. Okay. So now oh, yeah, it's the hardest part about pancake art is the squeeze control. That's the it's you know, there's not a whole lot you can do but practice. You know, these bottles that I'm using are a little bit easier than what we use at events. The ones at events have a much I mean, it's just a different, the tips are swappable in these bottles, but it's a wider tip, a larger aperture on the tip, so more batter comes out, which means we have to, you know, one, it forces us to go faster, but two, it also well, that's pretty much it. It makes us go faster because you can't get as final lines, so you have to simplify, because, you know, we're just trying to crank them out as best we can and not be too hung up on perfection in those instances. And And those squeeze control is much more difficult with the bottles we use at events. But I've been doing it long enough, and I've practiced long enough that the trick that I used to do, I would actually take a bottle and turn it upside down, and like have a drip start to come out, and like suck it back in, and I would just sit there and do that. So I don't know if you actually, let's see here. Let's see what camera we're on here. Oh, bring it back. I don't want to bring it over the pancake just in case I screw up. But yeah, I would have like a little drip come out of it, like, and I would suck it back in, and I would just do that for a while, just to just to sort of train the muscles of my hands to be used to that, and because it was if I wanted to do gigs and stuff on a regular basis, like I had to be fast and I had to be good. So that was my motivation for it. Otherwise, I probably would have never gotten that good with squeeze control, because there was no reason for me to do, like, if you're just making pancake art for fun, or if you're just making it at your house, or if you're just, if it's like a little side thing, or I mean, heck, even if you were doing it for a living, but you were just doing commissions and stuff, and like time wasn't always of the essence, it wouldn't be as pressing of an issue, Okay. Let's see where I'm at with everything here. I think we're nearing something. I think we might be nearing the point where I actually start to really fill this in. So I just need to see, because he's got a bag under his neck here, and I gotta make sure that it's obvious that he's got a bag under his neck. And that's what he's resting his head on. Blue skies in between these buildings here, so imperfections. Okay, and what? Blend in too much here. All right, and the rest of this can be just filled in with plain batter. The rest of his bag setup here. Okay, so there's that. I'm going to fill in this guy here. So it's the rest of his bag. Okay. Thanks, Becca. I really enjoy it too. Yeah, it's photography. When it's I guess street photography because you're just walking around, but so you're just sort of walking around hoping for something interesting, to take a picture of. And so there's a lot of the majority of the photographs I take are just sitting on up in the cloud, never to be developed because they weren't anything special. But when you're going through the hundreds of photographs you took after a trip and you just find something that makes you, oh, that's really interesting. And then of course the development process is, I say development like I work digitally. I'm not I'm not a purist. I don't got a dark room or anything like that, and I'm not about to. Uh, but I do a lot of work in Lightroom, uh, the Adobe program to develop my photos, because essentially anything you can do in a dark room you can do in Lightroom. That's sort of the point, and then some. And so it's kind of, you don't really think about it too much, whatever. There's so much that happens to really sort of change the photograph. Like if I could show you the raw photo version of this, which I have it. I didn't. But maybe on the next stream, I'll toss that in the on the tablet, and I can shove it up on the screen. But the raw version, while still good and interesting, is just nothing like it. It's so much more dull and lifeless than this. Just something as simple as boosting the contrast, even, or like usually I crank the contrast and bring down the vibrance and up the clarity, but there's a bazillion different settings. Every photo is different, so you're just sitting there sort of twiddling the knobs until you hopefully figure out what the photo is supposed to look like. Okay. Let that dry for a little bit, and I think we're almost ready to start doing the heavy fills here. Just gotta figure out what greens I want to use for that, because I gotta make sure I'm not covering up any of the other greens that I've been using, because I'm not always the best at keeping track of what colors I've been using. See that one? I didn't realize that was that one. So it looks a little different in the bottle than on the griddle. So I don't want to use that. I may use some, but it's not the primary. And I've got this really dark green here. can go here to graduate the darkest parts of the shrubbery here. Okay. And really, I just only need the one green. There's a whole lot going on in there already. I don't know if it's totally necessary to make it any busier than it already is. Because I could always just make it too much. Okay. So, yeah, that's probably... So we're going to fill in his socks here. Yeah, he's got the tops of his shoes there. I almost forgot about those. Tops of his boots right here. Okay. Now, his socks. I need to fill in the platform that he's sleeping on. I may have to make a slightly lighter gray for that because I don't have anything that I think's gonna work. So it's too big of a section to bake with something else. So what we're gonna do here, a little bit of that, a little bit of that, too much, whoops, just throw it across the room. All right, pink. That'll work. Let's take a look here. Yeah, I think that'll work just fine. And I'll just plain batter to these. Oh, that's white. That'll be fine. All right, so I got that filled in now. And gonna do sidewalk next to him just goes for a little bit here. So you just get a little bit of that in there. Just okay. So there's that. See how that turns out. Sidewalk there. And really, I got the blue sky to do still. And then filling in everything else. That's pretty well it. Turn over here a little. These are buildings are not part of the sky. Okay. No, honestly, the rest of it's just filling in the green. So I think that's where we're at. And I think this was the green on the leaves, right? Isn't being used anywhere else. That should look fine. This is quite a bit. Oops. No, it's not clogged. This part gets a little more chaotic because the details start to matter less and less. Like this, it becomes more and more broad strokes because I'm just covering stuff up. So, and actually, while considering, I probably should get some. It's not all green. Get some browns in there to make it actually like all of this stuff is on something. It's not leaves on leaves. There's twigs and branches and trunks, and everything's attached to something. Just a little bit. Oh, Dan went home a while ago. I think Hannah picked him up at around 5:30 or 6. So I'm the only one here at the studio right now. And then tomorrow we get our well-deserved one day off to veg out and or work on non-Dan cakes related stuff. And then we'll be back Sunday. Right. Poultry there. Make sure I don't cover up any of this guy here. Filling in all this shrubbery now. We're very, very close to being done. I've still gotta finish coloring in little bits and pieces on it. Let's see how this looks. This is the part where I'm finishing up and I start to have little doubts about things that I've done. Like, wait, was that the best idea? Start second guessing. But it's too late for that. Whatever it is at this point, that is what it will be. And if I was right about the things I'm second guessing, then I'll know better next time. And if I'm wrong, then I'll know I was just being a dummy head. Odd green. I gotta try to do my best to match this green here. I already have. I didn't make it. I'm not 100% sure what it is. Oh, bummer. So, oops, I just kicked the camera again. Well, thank you for the heads up on that. Yeah, I guess it's not. Maybe we should have an all like we had YouTube and that wasn't working on the last one, and now this. But I mean, the thing that inspired me to get into pancake art, it's honestly it was just dumb luck. I mean, there was no plan, there was no intention, there wasn't anything really. It was just I met Dan playing drums in his. I played drums in his band. I filled in for their other drummer occasionally when he would either couldn't make a show or when he broke his ankle once. So I filled in for him for about 5 shows then, and we were just friends. We just hung out, and that was pretty much it. Like there was no, and he was already doing pancake art, and it was just a cool thing my friend did. Like I wasn't trying to like get in on the pancake art game. Like I had an entirely separate career, but about a year after we met, we went on tour together. We did music and pancake art on the road, and that was when I learned how to do it. And it was just an instance where he couldn't do a show, so he just was like, "Well, you want to learn how to do pancake art?" And I was just like, "Yeah, sure, okay, why not?" And so I got a quick crash course. Then I drove to Austin from Houston because we had played that's where the show was. We had 3 shows that went Houston, Austin, Houston, or the other way around, Austin, Houston, Austin. And so I drove to Austin from Houston, and Dan flew to St. Louis to do Comic-Con here, which was the reason why he couldn't do the gig in the first place. And I made a bunch of really terrible pancakes for very kind people, and that was how I started. So I can't really say there was inspiration for me. It was literally just a dumb accident, and then 5 years later, some reason I'm still doing it, and I guess this is my job, and it's just freaking weird. Let's see here.